that we want to get into with water quality and data management. And then I think we have some, perhaps some quick scheduling discussions that we may want to get into as time allows into the actual report itself related to our recommendations table and some of the cross-cutting exhibits that we have started some discussions on. So with that, Wes, I'll turn it over to you and see how you've got it, or Tara, how we've got things set up to go here.
Yeah, thank you, Lauren. I'll just note to everyone, I sent out an email not too long ago about coordinating the next meeting in December. Hopefully, in the weeks leading up to the winter holiday, we're hoping to squeeze in another meeting, which will cover state law and also, no, I'm drawing a blank. It was state law and water funding is the other topic. So you should have that in your email. I'll encourage you to take a look at that, maybe multitask a little bit during the meeting. I'll also put the link in the chat if you can fill that out. Note you don't have to save it, just select your dates, and then you can close out of the box. It automatically saves. I've had a couple of questions with that. As Lauren mentioned, we'll cover a couple of topics or a couple of issues once we go through these two topics. And so with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Greg with the EPA to start our overview on water quality. So Greg, it's all yours.
Well, good morning, everybody. This is going to be a little tag team effort between myself and Mike Brown, our Division of Public Water Supply Manager. And so this is coming on a Monday morning at 9 o'clock after I had a retirement gig party on Friday night and hosting about 10 family members in my house. So a trip to the airport last night, and so 9 o'clock this morning. Hopefully I can do this justice this morning. A little bit tired, but it's been a great weekend, and we'll get started here. I did just wanted to briefly talk about the upfront couple of pages with respect to the overview and the issue statements. With respect to the overview, we just kind of start out with the number of water resources in the state, that there's a whole hell of a lot of them, from surface water to groundwater and public water supplies, and that's kind of how we structured the recommendations in that order, was surface water related issues and recommendations, then groundwater and public water supply. We talk in the second paragraph about the fact that there's an awful lot of numerous federal and state statutes and regulations that we already have out there in the books to help maintain and improve water quality, and a whole bunch of programs already out there as well to improve and protect water quality from a surface water and groundwater and public water supply perspective. Just end that overview with kind of a statement that water quality by itself really wasn't, certainly it was implied, but by itself wasn't in any of the previous plans, but that we're going to be talking about it as one of the 13 issues here. Then we get into the issues. We start out with the surface water quality perspective, that a lot of good stuff has happened, frankly, in the last 30 or 40 years from both point and non-point source perspectives. We give a couple examples of that, including how the Illinois River has improved in terms of water quality and species diversity and sport fish populations, things like that, and how while not probably 100% quantified, we know darn well that a lot of nutrients and sediment have been kept on the land with all the voluntary incentive programs that are out there, and keeping things from going down to the Gulf already. But that we still have problems. We still, in our programs here, assess things like aquatic life and primary contact, fishable, swimmable type goals of the Clean Water Act. We still have a long way to go in order to meet goals. Then we talk a little bit with respect to groundwater, recognizing how important it is from social and economic standpoints, how we need to continue looking at trends in groundwater, looking at new things, and then go in a little bit about public water supply, how Illinois EPA and Department of Public Health regulate public water supplies, community, non-community, things like that. And then just kind of a statement at the end that, you know, no matter what we do, we're probably still going to have some of these issues in the future. We had them 40 years ago. We'll likely never reach utopia, but we'll always have things to deal with, job security, if you will. And then the final statement about kind of a equitable social justice statement, if you will, that we need to administer these programs, regulations, policies equitably. If we haven't done so in the past, we have to have a new emphasis on that. So then kind of to follow up with those statements, we got into the recommendations. And again, we did structure these in order: surface water, groundwater, and water supply, and then a few things towards the end. So I'll get started on those. I'll go over the surface water ones, and then Mike Brown will jump in on the groundwater and public water supply ones, and then I'll come in at the end. So the first one, from a surface water perspective, hopefully folks have heard about this little thing called the nutrient loss reduction strategy that started 5-6 years ago with an emphasis on both point and non-point source controls to reduce phosphorus and nitrogen from leaving the state. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. They're not feedback, but anyway, to reduce phosphorus and nitrogen from leaving the state and going down to the Gulf. We basically say that we need a substantial long-term funding program. There are states around us that, like Iowa and others, that have dedicated $100+ million programs to fund activities to reduce nutrients. Largely since the state's nutrient loss reduction strategy started, it's been voluntary stuff. There's been some ratcheting down on point sources, but that's largely happening because of an agreement between the environmental community, wastewater community, and our agency. And the ag community has done a tremendous job and can do much better than what I'm about to say about what they've done in the last 5 or 6 years, because they want control of their own destiny. They don't want the state or the federal government obviously coming in to regulate non-point source controls. So largely what's happened again over the last 5 or 6 years is that is just kind of a voluntary thing, but to really move forward a large, probably, you know, I did not throw out length of time or dollar amounts. It's beyond my purview to do that, but we need a large pot of money to continue on with nutrient loss reduction strategy efforts and to try to meet those goals of 45% and then interim goals of 15 and 25% reduction. That would be led, of course, by the Illinois EPA with new annual program funding, and the action is program. So any comments or questions, I guess, on that one?
This is Lauren. I guess you say that would be led by IEPA. How do you see Department of Agriculture playing in on that?
Forgive me, that nutrient loss reduction strategy is a joint led thing by, and you can see I don't work with it on a day-to-day basis, but jointly led by IEPA and Department of Ag, and I guess I should probably put Department of Agriculture in there as well as a lead agency. You know, I think like Iowa, a lot of funds are going through Department of Agriculture to their Department of Agriculture to hand out to so water districts, other organizations to advance their efforts. And I believe the efforts that are in these other states are largely driven by, as far as the funding goes, by the non-point source efforts.
In general, this is Tara talking. We've been trying to just have one lead agency. So in this case, should we change it to Department of Ag?
This is Michael Woods with the Department of Ag. And I think Chris is on as well today, but this is very much a shared effort between the two. So I'm not sure that I'd put one as the lead agency. If anything, Trevor pretty much takes the lead on a lot of the point source initiatives, and I try to take more of the agricultural help. But this has been a joint effort.
Yeah, frankly, even not just speaking to the water quality issue, I know, and I agree. I don't know how some of these can just be one lead agency. I just feel that they have to be co-led. This one being a good example that I failed. Excuse me, I failed to recognize in my draft here. So.
This is Chris. Maybe what we could do is in the recommendation identify both IEPA and Illinois Department of Agriculture as the responsible parties, and then just put one of the agencies as the lead to stay in the format of the water plan. I don't know of another way of doing that. And I guess what I would say, if we have to identify one agency over the other as far as between Illinois EPA and Illinois Department of Agriculture, since US EPA seems to be the initial starter of it, maybe if we are only putting one lead agency, maybe it should stay IEPA. But again, that's only if in the recommendations it specifically outlines that both agencies are the lead on the coordination and implementation of the project or program.
I would agree with you, Chris.
Yeah, and I think it should be recognized too that it's not just the non-point source, but it's point source and non-point source, because there is the aspect of municipal wastewater treatment plants discharges as well. And so I think it makes sense to maintain IEPA as the lead agency on that.
But do
Okay,
if IEPA is the lead, then I guess I might recommend we take out the word consider there. The state should establish, and so then would EPA be that entity that would seek to establish a new program or a new fund? Where do we go with that recommendation? I guess is what I'm wondering. That might narrow it more to who's doing what next.
I think that's a good point. If it's a, we've already got a program for funding the municipal wastewater treatment plants. If we're asking for additional funding, that's fine. But if we're asking for funding for ag to do more points or non-point source stuff, then we might want to make that clear.
Is this in essence then a budget kind of a thing that either ag or EPA would add something into their budget request for doing this?
From what we've done in the past, I think that's a long shot for Illinois EPA.
Getting new funding or expanding a program? What do you mean?
Just asking for funding. We've struggled with the funding for the nutrient loss reduction strategy over the last 2 years. And really the only way that there was movement happening was, I think, that some of our partner non-governmental entities took the thing by the horn and just re-wrangled the Partners for Conservation Fund. So I don't know how to capture this with at least Illinois EPA being the one taking the lead on getting funding, because again, most of our funding sources are coming from outside of the state of Illinois and not through, say, like the General Revenue Fund. So we may not be the best fit for securing funding.
In my ignorance, I'll ask. And so, do we have kind of is the nutrient loss reduction strategy that is kind of the strategic plan, the scope, if you will, to get to these identified goals? And so we already have a plan in place, and we're just looking for a way to implement that plan. Am I understanding that correctly?
There's many recommendations in the strategy, but they don't necessarily identify specifically who should be taking on the lead for the different things. And then things like the operating budgets for the soil and water conservation districts have, in essence, gotten linked to the strategy implementation through this effort to try to get long-term funding for the project or for the program or the strategy. And at this point, I think they were only obligating 1 year of funding, and then starting in fiscal year 23, we don't necessarily have a funding source for anything. It's borrowing or leveraging federal programs and state programs and private facilities to implement the things voluntarily. And I guess what I would say is part of the difficulty with the nutrient loss reduction strategy is this is something that was recommended by US EPA a number of years ago through a memo saying it would be great if everybody got together to save the Gulf of Mexico, go do good things. And we've got all of the states working towards that, but there isn't anything for like Illinois EPA to say, hey, we're required to do this, give us the money to implement it. It's a very interestingly balanced plate on a spinning pole, or maybe the plate's spinning and the pole's standing still, I don't know.
Chris, I might add that we just threw the plate in the air. We don't even have a pole under it, I think. So we do have a lot of unfunded sort of mandates, and yes, there is funding that's out there, but we don't really quite know what's happening. And so if there's a place to put in for a call for funding, great. But as Chris noted, we've not had a lot of success with that. And our external partners have maybe been driving that a significant amount and calling and demanding it, but we're not seeing heavy movement in that front.
Well, it seems to me like the state water plan is the right place to wrestle with that issue. So I appreciate you having all of that in there. Is it, um, do we copy off of an Iowa or an Indiana or somebody else that's taken more aggressive measures, or?
It'd probably be Iowa that would look at. Or even Wisconsin too. Chris might be able to provide some further insight on that. I don't have all that history.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. With COVID and the lack of funding that came in, I think we had emotional support of the strategy, but not financial availability when we had partners in play and legislature going in the right direction. I will just explain my experience with trying to figure out how to fund some of my programs as feeling like an adolescent going to my parents asking for a raise in my allowance. And so I don't even know where to go with that.
Well, I guess the overall, I'll throw my 2 cents worth in. The overall point of this recommendation is that for the last 5 or 6 years, we've had this plan in place. It's been called on by US EPA and others on all the states up and down the Mississippi River. We've got the plan in place. We're one of the 2 or 3 largest contributors of nutrients and sediments to the Gulf. We're doing a lot of good stuff, but if we want to really meet, if the state of Illinois and the legislature really wants to meet these targets, they now have this recommendation that they should look at and say, well, what do we really do to meet those targets? Now, if they want us to put a plan together to say, well, how are you going to spend $100 million, I think we'll do so in short order. And the policy working group that's working together hand in hand with IEPA and Department of Ag needs to get together to do that. But it's a recommendation to legislators that if they want to contribute to the reduction of nutrients going down to the Gulf, we got this plan in place, but like Iowa and other states around us, step up and provide some money. If not, well, then it's just a recommendation that we'll continue to work on voluntarily, but it won't be advanced and the target probably won't be met.
We would be remiss not to have this in there. So I would say it's probably pretty close to what we should have. It's just going to be a painful process.
Do we need to also then say something about establishing like an implementation plan? I mean, so it's kind of, we're asking for funding to achieve this, but like you were just saying, it sounds like if they were to say, well, ta-da, we'll give you some money, that essentially an implementation plan would have to be worked out or figured out. So should the recommendation also include kind of establishing an implementation plan with the long-term funding?
I think the strategy as it stands in the biennial reports on it will be sufficient because there's going to be so many different ways that these things could actually be accomplished. So I don't think that again, the spinning plate in the air with the 25 partners and the 2 agencies trying to put something in writing saying this is exactly how we're going to handle it would probably kill the process. So I would avoid trying to provide more written implementation than the strategy itself. And Michael, if you have an opinion on that, I'm fully supportive of hearing it.
Yeah, my comments on that would be, yes, it'd be great to have something out there, but at the same time, if you don't know what the funding is, the funding source, or what the amounts are, it's really hard to peg things down into a somewhat strategy, because, you know, you don't know where your admin is going to come from. You don't know who's going to be doing what. So it's really hard, especially if you say, okay, we need 4 more FTEs and you get no money for FTEs. So keeping it more ethereal is probably the way to hold it at this point.
So I'm going to ask one last question, and then I'll shut up and we can move on here. But is there then a need or a means of tracking what has been done or needs to be done?
I'm not
Well,
sure.
Chris, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure I quite understand that, Lauren. Could you repeat that again? Got a little bit.
I was just asking if there was already a means or a mechanism in place that's kind of tracking, you know, almost like our United Way thermometer, or, you know, that we're getting towards these goals, or, you know, who's tracking what measures are being implemented by various entities towards that, or is there a need for, in essence, just tracking progress towards the goal as well?
I think we have a good outline plan by which we track the goals. Chris, if you would confirm with our biannual report and the nutrient reduction strategy. But when it comes to the funding side, I'm not sure that's a different sort of element, I guess, a different play. I do know that we do need more funding and more investment into this initiative. And that's a big call for many of our industry partners, saying the state needs to invest more money. Just saying money is the answer, it may not be the ultimate solution, right? We have a good plan in place of how that state funds would be invested.
Yeah, we do have significant tracking going on by all of the partners reporting, whether local, state, or federal programs, on what they're accomplishing and implementing. So I think we've got a strong system already in place on that. But again, and we do capture a little bit of the financial reporting, but there would need to be some probably additional system set up at some point once we knew that we had money actually coming in or committed to it.
Lauren, maybe to get at your comments, maybe I remember when Conservation 2000 that turned into Partners for Conservation first started, and it was I guess it was a Jim Edgar initiative. I'm sure it was. He said, I want to do an environmental initiative, and I want ag, and I want DNR, and I want IEPA involved, and I'm going to throw out $100 million at it. Now tell me how you want to spend it. It was then, and actually I got a call from Gary Clark at the time, said, oh, you need to do something with lakes. To tell us what you need and how you're going to do it. So it kind of came that the legislature, I guess, or the administration said, okay, yeah, we recognize this thing as a good thing to do. Now let's develop. And then the edict came, develop a plan and figure things out, how you're gonna do it. I don't know if that's the right way of doing it, but I guess we could sit here and develop a $100 million plan and cross T's and dot I's on how to spend it. But until there's really a impetus from the legislature to get about the business of we want to spend some money and tell us how to do it, I guess that's what I'm hearing from my other folks here, is that to actually put in the recommendation to develop that plan. Chris, you want to stay away from that then? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I think that the whole success of our strategy implementation to date has been that all of our partners and the agencies are able to move forward jointly, and I would be concerned about somebody coming in and saying, this is how we're going to implement the strategy. There can be pieces of it, but then people are going to feel left out, and other people are going to be going, hey, we think the money should be going over there. So I think the strategy has enough recommendations in it, and the reports on a 2-year basis are coming in with more updates on where we've got gaps, that it does guide the implementation of it. But what I would hope is like what you ran into with Gary and with Edgar, where they said, hey, there's the money available, how do we implement it? And then we get the work group back together and actually come up with as a group on where we go first.
So just the bottom line question, I guess, is you're wanting something more specific, right, Lauren? You know, are all rather...
Yeah, I guess that's where my mind was going, just a little more specificity, but I learned a lot this morning already now about how that is all operating. So I guess it's just kind of asking for that dedicated funding in order to carry out the actions in the works.
So I'll throw into the recommendation, specify more IEPA and DOA in the recommendation language itself, that this is both a point and non-point source thing for long-term funding source. And I guess we'll, without writing a book, I guess, of course, these recommendations aren't supposed to be too long, so. Any other comments on that one? Yes, before we move on. Wes, how long do you wait for silence? Is it 7 seconds or 10 seconds, and then you move on, or what's the criteria?
Whenever it gets really awkward, then you move on.
All right. Well, the second one really speaks as well to the nutrient loss reduction strategy. 5 or 6 years ago, when the strategy started, the first thing we needed to do is try to figure out what nutrients were leaving the state. So Illinois EPA funded a 5-year monitoring effort with USGS to put these super gauges at strategic locations at the lower end of major tributaries. And we've done continuous nitrate, phosphate, conductivity, pH, DO, other monitoring at those sites for the last 5 or 6 years now, and it's literally millions and millions of records. And the main impetus behind the funding of those super gauges, which was really about a $2.5 million effort for the first 5 years of data collection, was to figure out how much nitrogen and phosphorus was leaving the state and going down to the Gulf. The 8 initial super gauges represent about 75% of the land area leaving the state, and then there's extrapolations involved and so on and so forth. And there's also another way of trying to extrapolate and figure out how much nitrogen and phosphorus is leaving the state, and that's through our what's called our ambient water quality monitoring network that we've got data collected at those sites for the last 30 or 40 years. So there's really a couple different mechanisms to try to give IEPA and Department of Ag leaders kind of a way to feel how much nitrogen and phosphorus is leaving the state. There's a 9th super gauge that is located up in Joliet in Illinois that is trying to show how much is actually coming out of the city of Chicago and Collier counties, because the only other station on the Illinois River is way down at the lower end of the river. So we're recommending that to continue the operation of those 9 super gauges to feed the nutrient loss reduction strategy. We need a long-term funding source for that as well. And that might just come through the nutrient loss reduction strategy if there's ever a pot of money for that, a monitoring component of a larger funding program for implementation of the nutrient loss reduction strategy. We have cobbled together here at Illinois EPA some new funds to continue those monitoring efforts at those stations. However, it's primarily just for nitrate, and we're not doing the DO, pH, temperature, connectivity kind of readings because while very informative, especially to identify harmful algal blooms that starve rock from year to year, those types of data weren't necessarily feeding the nutrient loss reduction strategy. So because of shortage of funds and the need being specified to continue those monitoring efforts to feed the nutrient loss reduction strategy, there was a pot of money found, and so those super gauges are going to be going for a couple more years. But bottom line, it's great data. It's great to have. We should continue that. It's really a national feather in our cap, if you will. I don't think there's not been a larger scale effort for nutrients than this one that was started 5-6 years ago. So we'd like to see that continued. It would be led by Illinois EPA with new annual funding, but bottom line, Illinois EPA can't foot the bill from existing resources without getting a new pot of money. So with that, comments?
Hey, Greg, what do you mean by existing or new? I feel like it is a new source that we're asking for, even though you've previously funded it. I just want them to think that they could just keep it as it is existing, which is basically nothing.
That's true. It is being currently funded from existing sources, so I'd be happy to take that word out. It really is, a new pot of money is really needed. I'm frankly surprised that we continued it for a couple extra years at a reduced effort, but we found the money. I should say my bosses found the money. So yeah, I can take that out of the funding column. I'll just leave it at new. And I don't know if we're actually for consistency, if we're actually putting the word new in that funding column or not. I don't know. I thought some other issue papers maybe had that word new in there, just to say, hey, we do need new annual funding for this.
Greg, this is Wes. I think my understanding was that if we're asking for funding, then we assume that was either an expansion or some kind of new funding, whether it's expanding existing or creating a new source. I don't think we're defining between the two here. It's just whether or not if funding would be needed and if it was a one-time funding, an annual funding or not.
Okay, so to just take out the words new in these first two existing or new, or new in these first two. Just leave the word annual in there.
That would be my opinion on it.
Okay, any other comments? Awkward silence. Number 3. This one was really borne out, I'd say, from a number of comments I think I read, because I got into this game a little bit late in the game, but that there is another of recommendations that hey, we've got plenty of voluntary nutrient reduction programs out there. And I've listed a number of those and probably need to spell out those acronyms here. But that we need to continue those programs and, like you just said, Wes, expand funding in those to keep going. I didn't necessarily see that there was in the recommendations from partners that there's a need for new ones, but we need more. 319 could always use more. And then ultimately that we have to prioritize some of those funds in disadvantaged communities as well. So, yeah, this one is kind of a catch-all. There's a lot of different players in this from state and federal programs. I guess I wanted to capture the recommendations that we're hearing from the public, and didn't know how I could provide a lot of specificity on this one. And so looking for feedback on this one specifically.
Hey, Greg, this is Wes. Yeah, one thing I noticed is the word should in here, or should continue instead of expand. It sounds like this is just kind of keeping on the steady pace that's currently on. I think, we should consider expanding. You know, if it's in the plan, it should be a change from what's currently being done. And that's I kind of struggle too looking at this point and saying, well, how do we know when this recommendation has been accomplished?
Right.
You know, I don't know if it's so broad of a recommendation that it's hard to measure, or how would you know when you've accomplished this?
Well, that's very true, and maybe the other folks can speak to this. Certainly, we could track how much 319 money is getting on the ground, certainly in these other programs. Yeah, it's a point well taken, but I also didn't want I didn't want a state water plan in a state that has a lot of agricultural input into the nutrients and sediments into the water that didn't have something like this that recognizes a continued and, like you say, expanded need. So, yeah.
Hey, Greg, this is Chris. What would you think about even being something as specific as that we should be doubling the amount of financial assistance resources that the state is currently getting? I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but it's at least something that could be trackable. Although I'd like to ask for 100 times and not just double, just so you know.
Well, I mean, you could say double, just as a wish list. You could say tenfold as a wish list. I'm not sure what the basis would be for that recommendation, but would a doubling of all of those programs get us to where we need to be? I don't know, but I'd be happy to throw that in if we want to keep the recommendation in there.
I would say that double will not get us where we need to be, but we would be closer.
Yeah, with a 5-year kind of time span we have on this, it may be that we won't accomplish the ultimate goal, but it may be what we think is reasonable within the time period we have of 5 years.
I guess I'd ask the question, do we feel as if this recommendation stays in, which I'd like to see it stay in, does the state have any play in the federal programs and a request to the federal programs to get funding expanded for these things, for these programs? I mean, we're trying, I guess the recommendation tries to recognize what I saw in some of the comments from the public. But if this is a document that's really making recommendations to the legislature, will the legislature, the governor, really advocate for these doubling, if you will, of funds for the federal programs? And is that what we're asking them to do? I certainly think they could and should have play in that. Whether they actually do it or not, I don't know.
Well, we are seeing some with infrastructure and with some FEMA funds. We are seeing a lot more money potentially available to the state for this type of project. So it may be that the resources are there and available for us, and that if this is worded right, it's not only saying, hey, the state should bring in more money, but we should also be working to latch on to as much available federal funds as possible. And I don't know if you'd want to add like the green infrastructure grant opportunities in this category as well, since that would add a little bit more state type money and maybe even CREP.
Okay. Maybe I can work with you a little bit more on adding those into this. So I'm hearing that, and then a doubling over the next 5 years. Folks okay with that, leaving it in with those additions?
So yeah, do we put in the word support? I mean, I guess we're asking for the state to support participation or those in those programs. You know, for example, maybe, you know, do we, through the Upper Mississippi River Basin Association, can we advocate for additional funding or dollars coming into our watersheds? But do we need to do that with the support of the state? You know, there may be other avenues we can push. So I'm just wondering if the words, you know, basically state support should be in this recommendation as well.
I'd be happy to throw that in. Do you want to stay away from the word advocate or use the word advocate? Or support and advocate the same? Advocate seems a little more direct, but.
Sure, I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on that one before we go to the next? Okay, the fourth one deals with harmful algal blooms. I guess it's something in my 36-year career that I've not seen anything take off or explode like a harmful algal bloom, I guess, does. As far as going from not having any kind of program 7 years ago to getting a whole lot of programs established and other entities involved with looking at harmful algal blooms, where they're at, how they start, how they affect water from both a recreational and public water supply standpoint. So Illinois EPA started their program in 2013, and ironically, a Chicago Tribune article came out, I believe it was last Friday, that talked about how harmful algal blooms and interviewed us about when the program started, started and why, and so on and so forth. So we started a program back in 2013 because of the importance of it. We've expanded it periodically, a little bit every year, to the point where we're looking at 4 different kinds of toxins, where we first looked at one, and recently got about a $270,000 grant from US EPA to do more expansion, more education work, looking at other things. And then USGS is now looking at harmful algal blooms and nutrients, the 2 biggest issues found in the Illinois River Basin. So the Illinois River Basin is one of 3 current, but one of 10 future basins where USGS is at the national level is kicking in 10 years worth of mega dollars to look at nutrients and HABs, those priorities, at least in this Illinois River Basin. So I guess the recommendation is to continue to support and expand at least what Illinois EPA continues to do, and to support USGS's efforts over the next 10 years, and support being they're the lead. But there's folks like the Corps that we've worked with, the Rock Island Corps of Engineers, who are very interested in this and have helped us out. There's University of Illinois researchers, folks that are on the ground that are getting more involved and are happy to send us samples when needed, things like that. So again, a little generic perhaps in explaining what's going on, that USGS has an effort, that Illinois EPA has one, but would like to see it continue and expand it, because it's just, we don't get near to the number of places that we need to on an annual basis. My staff will look at harmful algal blooms at the streams and the lakes that they get on every year. We look for harmful algal blooms on Lake Michigan, but they're only hitting 25 to 40 lakes, a handful of stream sites. When we get calls in from the public that my water's green, I need you to get out here, there's a lot of effort put in to first determine whether we should go out there or whether it's duckweed, which is not a harmful algal bloom at all. But we're not getting to all the places we need to get. We don't get up in northwestern Illinois, because northwestern Illinois is a hell of a long drive from Des Plaines, where our regional office staff are there. And there's lots of pockets in the state where we just can't get to. When the public called and said, I need you to come and collect a sample. And then when you collect a sample, if you find a problem, well, then you got to get back out there again. You got to get back out there again. Issuing advisories. We don't issue advisories yet like we do in the Fish Consumption Advisory Program. Other states have more formal advisory programs than what we have. We provide the information to the local entities that, hey, this is above a certain criteria, but it's really their responsibility, at least at this point, to warn the public to keep both humans and pets away from waters that have harmful algal blooms. So I guess all those types of things are what we mean when we talk about expand our program. And the USGS experts are probably giddy with all the money they're going to get to play with new pieces of equipment to look at harmful algal blooms and develop early warning system for downstream, for instance, for downstream public water supplies like in Peoria. So there's a lot of effort going on there. So I did put this as a joint effort, I guess, with Illinois EPA and actually USGS because of that 10-year effort that's just starting. I don't know if we're actually if you want to put federal agencies as leads for an effort like this or not, but certainly they're in the game, the harmful algal bloom game, to stay. So with that, any comments or recommendations? Okay. I'll take that as awkward silence. We'll go on to the
Oh,
next one.
sorry. I'm sorry, Greg. I was talking on mute. I did cross off USGS because I see that as more of we're not providing funding to USGS, or we're not requesting money for them to do their observation. And then I would also perhaps just get rid of the will continue to support, because I think you really want to expand, and I don't want that to be confused. So I think that in this particular request, you want to expand your existing program. So I feel like that's what your recommendation is. Those are just my opinions.
And if that's how folks want that throughout this document and others, I'm fine with that as well. I guess there's some benefit to say, hey, well, you know, when you say continue to support, you know that the program exists, and but following that up with, but we need to expand. So I'm fine with taking verbiage out like continue to support and just stick with verbs like or to expand the programs. Okay. Number 5 is with actually funds that were sought after by Illinois EPA with help from the Department of Public Health. We actually, Illinois EPA got about $350,000 to buy a new fancy dancy piece of equipment, DC mass spec piece of laboratory equipment, to look at PFASs in Lake Michigan fish tanks. So that was the tie to the funding source, the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, to get that piece of equipment. But certainly it was recognized that that piece of equipment would not only serve that function in the future, but can serve other functions as well. So with the purchase of that piece of equipment and IDNR's collection of samples and our analysis of fish tissues, we want to get into the consumption advisory game for things like PFASs that aren't currently there right now. And I did try to tie in because our fish consumption advisory program currently, that's a joint effort of EPA, DNR, Public Health, and Ag. You know, it's there for the general public as well as subsistence fisheries. So I did want to throw that out and try to get that into this recommendation as well. So the idea is to use that piece of equipment for future advisories to protect the public, and probably not just limited to PFASs, but other things as they come up as well, including you can use that equipment for looking at more detailed analysis of harmful algal blooms as well. So I did, you know, that advisories are issued by Department of Public Health, but it's a joint effort, collection by, DNR, analysis by IEPA, in issuance of the advisories by Public Health. It is that's kind of the lead group, if you will. It's not just not one agency. So I guess I tried to recommend that we need to continue to look at these things in the future and make public health advisories from them. So with that, comments or recommendations? Okay, and then the last one, I'm going to seek Lauren and Rick if he's on here. We spend a lot of time with the Upper Mississippi River and the protection of that resource through an organization called the Upper Mississippi River Basin Association. there's the Water Quality Task Force that I'm on, the Water Quality Executive Committee that I'm on, and then Lauren and Rick are the official members of the overarching organization of UMRBA as a state agency. There's five states that are involved that work with the Upper Mississippi River Basin Association to do a lot of different things, but one of them is to, reduce nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediments going down to the Gulf. There's a lot of new, more recent efforts to make the Mississippi River a priority. The Gulf of Mexico was a priority with US EPA, but ironically, the Mississippi River wasn't. The Mississippi River at the national level, I don't believe was really looked at like a Chesapeake Bay or the Gulf of Mexico. I think that's one of the goals, is to really make the Mississippi River a stated national priority. So there's some efforts afoot to try to get some new federal funding for things like an Upper Mississippi River Water Quality Improvement Act, which would provide a lot of funding to improve the river. Probably about 6 or 7 years ago now, we put together a monitoring plan that the 5 states would jointly administer and monitor the river in terms of Clean Water Act goals, like, are fish safe to eat? Is aquatic life supported? Can you swim in a river? And oftentimes, what's said on one side of the river as far as a fish consumption advisory is not necessarily what is stated on the other side of the river. Or is aquatic life full support on one side of the river, but not meeting aquatic life designated use on the other side? And that all goes back to what the state's water quality standards are. But anyway, there was an effort and a plan developed. There's a couple of pilot projects being worked on, one done, one currently worked on with Illinois EPA, as well as the states of Missouri and Iowa, to make sure that that plan, that monitoring strategy works well. So bottom line, a couple of examples of some places where we're looking for long-term dedicated funding to improve the Upper Miss and to document those improvements in the Upper Mississippi River. And I wanted to capture that effort. Certainly it's not just an Illinois water body, but a joint water body with other states, primarily Iowa and Missouri. So I wanted to capture the fact that Illinois hopefully will support these efforts. And Lauren, I don't know if you wanted to say anything specific about this one, since you're the head honcho, if you will, in the state of Illinois with the UMRBA.
Actually, Rick is the head honcho. I'm the assistant there, so I might turn to Rick, head honcho, on that. A question I have, though, is this recommendation looking to establish a designated fund, or is it looking to beef up funding in existing funds that can be used for these purposes? Can you help me understand that?
Well, there's no current funding for either one of those two things that I'm recommending. There has been considerable effort by Kirsten Wallace, the head of the executive director of UMRBA, to rally the troops, if you will, the states, folks like Farm Bureau, the Farm Bureau organizations, and others, to say, hey, we really need more funding and dedicated funding like the Chesapeake Bay is getting, if we really want to make headway on improving the river. So no, these are not existing, and there is no existing funding for implementation of the monitoring strategy. We did get some federal funding through Section 106 of the Clean Water Act. Each of the 3 states did, to throw at this pilot project that we're doing on about 90 miles of the the lower portion of the upper Mississippi River. But those are pretty small in comparison to what's really needed overall. So there's no existing funds. These would be new large scale efforts. So it's really asking the state to get, I guess, on the bandwagon with other states if these large scale programs ever really get off the ground and get into, I guess, some national recognition that funds are needed from the federal government. So we need state support for those efforts.
So in essence, we're asking to start a new piggy bank, right? We need a landing place for potential state or federal funds related to those purposes. I guess I kind of struggle from that perspective as I look at the flood control perspective and how we move on initiatives to, create flood or drought resiliency. On where do I get that money? How do I use it? If I asked for money, where do I put it? So is that what you're asking for, is basically the creation of a new fund or new piggy bank where we could direct those kinds of funds for those specific purposes?
Yeah, I would say that, but it's not on just a state scale. If it's not on the entire Mississippi River scale, it's at least hoped for a upper Mississippi River scale. So I guess it kind of goes back to what you were saying and previously on one of the other recommendations, that we're really asking the state to advocate or support these larger scale requests for federal assistance to make a dent in what's needed on the upper Miss, if not the entirety of the Mississippi River.
Hey, Greg, this is Rick. Just to weigh in there a little bit. There's certainly been an effort by the association to promote this new or level of funding for what's looking like a more federal-state partnership. It's quite a hefty ask at this point. There's been some movement on an annual appropriation of north of $600 million for that effort. So again, with regard to the state's plan here, I think my understanding was, or at least the effort that's been brought forward here, was this more of just a support for larger federal investments, or was there a need for specific state-supported funding stream as well?
Well, my thought was support for the larger scale effort. And that's, I guess, to get on the bandwagon with other states if the UMR Water Quality Improvement Act, for instance, gets some legs underneath it. I guess I was not thinking of a specific state fund for Mississippi River efforts as well. I guess we could talk about that.
So more of just support for the federal appropriation.
That's where this recommendation is really at. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
And Chris, maybe you can speak. Don't you sit on the Illinois Lieutenant Governor's? I'm blanking here. The council, the Big Rivers Council, or whatever it's called.
State Rivers of Illinois Coordinating Council?
Is that what it's not what it's called, but
that's called up here. So I'm sorry, I was answering Wes on something on the side. So what was the actual question? Sorry.
The question is, do you see? I mean, there's a council that you sit on with the Lieutenant Governor that what speaks to efforts that are needed, I guess, on the big rivers, the Mississippi River, the Illinois River, the Ohio River, the Wabash River?
Correct.
Would there be, have you seen an effort where the lieutenant governor would be seeking state-specific funding to improve these large rivers throughout Illinois, whether they're in Illinois or bordering Illinois?
I believe so. She's been very proactive in turning the committees into action groups instead of report and discuss groups. So if somebody came in and said, you know, hey, we need funding for this, I believe she would be fully behind it. And the committee as a whole would as well.
So do you feel that, so again, my recommendation here was for kind of the state to get onto this broader bandwagon for federal support for the upper Miss. But do you think there's room in here that there should be a recommendation from the Water Plan Task Force that the state should fund their own Mississippi River, Illinois River, Wabash River efforts?
God, that's a big question.
Hey, this is Lauren. I'm going to interrupt that discussion. We have a fire drill or a fire alarm that just went off in our building, so the DNR folks are probably going to have to step out for a few minutes, and I guess I would encourage the rest of the task force to keep going.
Okay.
I pulled it. It was me.
Yeah. I knew
All
it.
right.
Be careful, guys. So, Greg, I would say that, yes, I think that we've had some conversations on the coordinating council to say, you know, let's try to re-engage the Illinois River Integrated Plan and some of the other things like that. But the council itself has a hard time getting a bigger viewpoint and saying, you know, hey, let's pursue this. I think they're waiting on agencies or other partners to come in with specific ideas that they can back. And anybody else that's on the council or that's attending the meetings, Laura, feel free to give your 2 cents on this one, please.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, it was the Illinois River Coordinating Council had a lot of momentum based off of, you know, again, like the 1984 state water plan and a lot of initiatives that came out of there. And but in the subsequent years now, it has been more of just a place for at least everybody to kind of talk to each other. The agencies know what's going on, hearing ideas from people. And I do agree with Chris that Lieutenant Governor has created some subcommittees to create some action items. The council has always been, I guess, reactive in that, you know, they need, you know, somebody to come along and say, here's a real need and here's how we think it can be done. You know, help us, you know, find the right contacts in a way to, you know, your support, as well as how can we go about getting some of this accomplished, because then it's a forum of more than just Lieutenant Governor. It's a forum of federal, state, private, not-for-profit agencies. So it's a stepping stone, but it's only part of a package, I would say, as to how to get things, you know, funded or implemented. Chris, does that sound about right to you?
I think so. It's yep. So, Greg, where does that leave you?
Well, that leaves me with talking to you after this meeting about maybe trying to put something together, but it's the State Water Plan Task Force is recommending what? That the coordinating council finalize a plan for funding for improving the large rivers in Illinois or something like that?
I think that would freak them out totally.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if this is a little early.
Yeah, I
Say something
Yeah,
more, just really, I mean, to single out the coordinating council probably is, I don't know, throwing them in there, but just that it would be one of several partnerships towards the end of, getting funding. I don't know. Or consulting with the coordinating council on how to do
yeah.
that.
And again, I had tried to get the council to start the planning effort to revisit what the Prairie Rivers Institute had looked at for where the last plan was and what the recommendations were to move forward. And I struggled getting them to be willing to review the list of potential people to include in the planning effort. So, I don't know what the.
Yeah. Maybe this one, we just need to talk about what it might look like, the recommendation might look like, and then throw that out to the Water Plan Task Force after this meeting sometime in the future.
Okay.
I'm already noticing that it's at 10:17 and we're only halfway through this ours, and so we're almost chewed up half of our time already. So I think I need to get this
Okay. Next
moving
time.
on to. Pardon me?
Well,
So, Mike, I'm going to have Mike Brown take over on the, some of the groundwater and public water supply issues here.
okay. Well, ours are fairly broad. So we'll start with our ambient groundwater monitoring network. It's been a biannual effort that we go out. Basically, we're getting background information on what our groundwater looks like, but I put in there state funds should be provided support and expand that. It has been used in the past for further deep dives into issues that we have. It's been used for a Chromium-6 project in the past. It was a launching board for our PFAS network. But we could use it for any number of things, such as nitrate priority area type mapping, or trend networks, taking from the models that we're using on PFAS right now. So that's a big one right there in that first recommendation. And thoughts on that recommendation?
Mike, this is Greg. I think, like what Tara was saying on some of the previous recommendations, that taking out, maybe we should take out the words like to support and just say, hey, we need an expansion of the ambient groundwater monitoring. That'd be consistent with the other recommendations. So I just jot down that note.
Yeah, okay. Then second, hearing no more, I think the second one that we have is to increase outreach efforts for private and public well owners, for proper abandonment of wells, and to make sure that those wells are sealed to the Illinois Water Well Construction Code. So this would be a joint effort between us and IDPH, basically because though we know that those wells that are abandoned not only pose a physical hazard to those that may come around them, but are a direct conduit into the groundwater network and pose a huge potential risk for contamination. And while those are requirements that they do it, they are not the most closely followed nor enforced rules that we have out there. But they are there because of the great potential for that to be a very large public health hazard. And at that, I'll leave it for any thoughts from the group. Okay, hearing crickets, I think I've either lost all of you or these were so well written that there's absolutely nothing to be said. Going on to drinking water supply, that the state should consider funding for small public water systems that struggle or are unable to fund essential infrastructure projects through conventional means such as the state revolving fund. This year, for example, we've had 2, potentially 3, even however you look at it, you could say 5 or 6 high-profile cases in which infrastructure was needed on a particular project that either the state revolving fund didn't quite directly address the facility, such as the community mobile home park that had PFAS contamination well above the federal standard, or like the city of Dixmoor, that the SRF funds were not expeditious enough that they could be utilized to get them out of the issues that they were in. And that sometimes the SRF process, while it is good and prioritizes as it should, isn't fast or covers certain entities such as privately owned public works that are moving over. In the case of the mobile home park, was a for-profit situation that potentially was ineligible under current rules. I leave that for open discussion on that aspect, and this would be one that the lead agency would be IEPA.
This is Steve Altman from OWR. There has been I know there's been discussion amongst us and EPA with regard to the Lake Michigan allocation communities where we've identified needs. in this area and looking at ways to, I think we need to look at options at getting money into the fund, not just from the budget, but also looking at fees that we could collect from some of these communities as well.
Mike, this is Chris Davis. The should consider seems a little vague on it. I'm wondering if maybe in addition to the should consider funding, if you feel more comfortable that it's should consider instead of provide funding, that we look at maybe initiating a pilot project.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so and again, if we're thinking about it from a 5-year perspective, if we said, hey, we're going to do a pilot project that works with X number of communities or systems, maybe that would be something that's someplace in between hey, you should and hey, you have to kind of thing.
I think I'd be comfortable very much saying that the state should provide, but I was just keeping it in the general.
Yeah, Mike, this is Gary. I guess I would suggest that we go one step farther, and I don't know if this is the place, but I think it's time to require capacity development from public water supplies, community water supplies, however you want to define that, an asset management plan, a capacity development plan, but I think it's time that we legislate that be a requirement in Illinois, like many other states have.
Couldn't agree more. Maybe that should be another recommendation in and of itself.
Because if you require it, then the immediate follow-up is, well, we need to fund it. And then Chris and I are on the next agenda to discuss long-term funding, but I keep seeing funding being addressed in everyone's talks. So I don't know what I'm going to have to offer when it comes to that, but we'll do our best.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you totally, Gary. I don't know how I missed that we need to have that capacity development requirement as a recommendation, and we'll put some language together for that.
Okay, and I'm going to poll at least the SRF programs nationwide to ask them if that is required in their states, and if they can point us to the statute or the regulations that do that, whether it's an SRF requirement or just a state requirement, because I know there's many states and it's growing that it is becoming state law.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with the efforts of the CapDev program as it sits now. They've been expanding that quite greatly across the country.
Well, hey, with apologies, the state DNR team is back from our cold caucus fire drill. So appreciate you understanding and proceeding on. Thank you.
Okay, well, we've just hit the two groundwater issues and just barely touched on the first drinking water supply issues. So if you had any comments, that would be great. Otherwise, I'll go on to the second recommendation we have under drinking water issues.
I guess the question I have on that is I looked at that initially. Is there a need necessarily to like partition the state revolving fund now that we're, there's kind of needs for, like you're saying here, small public water supply systems, or as we get blessed with a whole bunch of maybe infrastructure dollars focused specifically on, certain water supply systems or something. I guess that was just a general question that popped into my mind. Didn't know where EPA was on that, or if it's still kind of business as usual with the state revolving fund. It's just that we might have a whole lot more opportunity there.
Gary, I think you're the best one to answer that question.
Yeah, I think I missed the question. Could you repeat or rephrase that?
My basic question was there kind of a need, or maybe it's already there, like a way to partition the state revolving fund, saying, well, hey, we have these overall funds here, but we're going to dedicate this amount for specifically small public water system improvements, or this amount for water supply pipelines in northeast Illinois, or
I don't know that that's been suggested or talked about, to segment the SRF funds into certain pots and say that we're going to have 10% for this, 20% for that, et cetera. We are getting additional funding. Some of that is going to be dedicated, or we're going to be required to dedicate it to emerging contaminants, which hasn't been 100% defined yet. We know it's PFAS focused, but if people want us to segment the funds further, I don't know. I don't know what I think about that. I think we continue to rely on our project prioritization scoring system and let the needs of the communities flow into the program and shake out according to that process.
And I can speak a little bit more on that. I've had about 4 different conversations with complainants over the past 3 or 4 months, saying just that we pick and choose which communities that we feel that are to get these dollars, and of course it's always to the benefit of whomever in the conversations, because it goes back and forth all over the place. So I think if we were to do something like that, we'd have to be very, very careful on how it was structured. And even then, I think it might be problematic, so that we didn't have the appearance of, oh, we're just giving a big check to such and such.
so it would kind of be an open competition then still, because somebody could come in and make a very good case that we should do a whole bunch more, spend a whole bunch more dollars on PFAS because of that emerging, critical issue. And somebody else could come in and say, no, the biggest issue is more that we have such horrible leaking water supply systems. We really need to put a lot of dollars into water supply line. Or somebody else could come in and say, no, it's more the sanitary, discharge lines that we should be putting investments into. And so that just then, I guess at this point, kind of remains an open competition, as opposed to partitioning and saying, well, we're going to dedicate this much to this cause or this much to that cause.
Well, currently the SRF loan program is not denying applications or telling people they can't get funding. We have never, since I've been in the program, provided all the funding that was available in any given fiscal year. We are taking people through the program as they are ready to pursue and obtain funding. So at this point in time, we have more applications in-house than we have funding, but those applications aren't ready to proceed. So nobody's being turned away or denied funding in it. And if anyone is hearing that from applicants, I'd love to talk to them, because that's just not true.
And I wasn't suggesting that they were. I just wondered particularly with infrastructure funds and so forth coming in, if there was any benefit to kind of partitioning or setting up a system in that way. I think, and I can't remember, maybe it's in one of the other recommendations, I think a larger need that's out there is helping particularly the disadvantaged communities even know how to request or access revolving fund opportunities.
Yeah, and that gets to the item about asset management plans and capacity development. It's the smaller disadvantaged communities having the financial wherewithal to put together their engineering reports, asset management plans, funding application materials. They don't have and it's not always financial wherewithal, they just don't have the wherewithal to know where to begin.
So is that reflected in one of these recommendations at all?
I think that's the capacity development one that Mike talked about, that I think Mike was going to even beef that up.
Yeah, it's the third little recommendation there on, and I think like Gary said, we should take that should out and we should just say the state should or will provide or needs to or something a little bit more stronger than should. Maybe it just should provide funding versus should consider. Have to think about that wording.
Okay, thank you. I see that there now. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we just put should consider making it rural or something to that effect, or should require. Yeah.
Could that recommendation be more specific to say a certain percentage of, say, funds available or supplied to the state revolving fund should be dedicated towards that capacity development? I don't know if we're talking about grants there. I mean, we almost are to those disadvantaged communities, and I know I like that because it hits hard on that social environmental justice perspective of the plan, that those are the communities that are struggling the most. They don't have the knowledge or the experience to know how to get the money, and it kind of takes money to get money. So.
Yeah, we sure consider how we word that. I know that already, and Gary can speak of course to this even better. There is monies already set aside for planning efforts. It's just on how we access those funds.
Yeah, I think we're talking about a new more of a grants program that would have to be established, rather than currently they can borrow money for planning efforts, but we don't have a dedicated grants program for that activity.
Yeah, we'll look at getting language together. I guess that almost covers our third one already in a nutshell. So to go on back to our second recommendation under public drinking water supply, that the state should consider providing funding for the regionalization of small public water systems that struggle or unable to fund the essential planning, required testing, and/or infrastructure projects through conventional means such as the state revolving fund. This is a big issue, as there are a number of systems looking at regionalization projects, and because of the need for data
for those drinking water switches, such as corrosion control studies. A number of small water systems are opting into not going into a regionalization project just because the testing requirements encumber them financially, that they feel that it's no longer worth the effort to do that regionalization. Now we can't, just say that the testing is, optional and that we really don't need the data because, instances that we've had, in the state, such as University Park, or what we've seen with Flint, Michigan, show us that the dire need for those kind of studies prior to a change in water source. So what we need to do is figure out how we can, through any number of funding or projects or even pilots, figure out how we can make these more obtainable for these smaller systems that are really needing to regionalize due to failing infrastructure, source water issues, water quality issues. Or even just monetary issues on getting that supply. It would be more cost efficient to be regionalized versus independent. So kind of open that one up for conversation as well. I guess I'll go back to, I hate to sound like a beaten drum, but the SRF loan program is just that. It's a loan program. So if we want to, and we already do offer up loan funds for these types of activities, but if we're talking about a grants program, that's a whole different issue. Yeah, and I'm not, and Gary, I'm not necessarily thinking all SRF in these kind of recommendations. I am thinking, potential other sources that, right, that may or may not be out there for us to utilize in these instances.
Well, Wes, how does that play into the DNR's water supply program?
Well, it's completely different. I mean, we can do some planning, but this sounds more like the capital improvement side. We have the capability of doing that under the Flood Control Act of 1945 to do water supply capital funding, but it's not anything that we have done in the past. It is something that I actually have in the water sustainability side, is providing that funding. It wouldn't be a grant. It'd be much like our flood control projects, where we have to do a benefit cost analysis to evaluate that it's beneficial. But again, it could fall under the water supply program here at IDNR.
I think that's what's needed, is the study and the corrosion control study. The SRF can fund the infrastructure. It's the initial engineering study that they struggle with coming up with the funds for. And if that can be provided through other avenues, that is the biggest hurdle.
Typically within our program, we do internal studies. Now, corrosion control studies really kind of outside of our wheelhouse and inside IEPAs. There is potential that we could have a consultant go out and do that study, but that would add a significant cost to our program, and it's something that we do sparingly, and it's not kind of the norm, but it could be something further discussed. But I guess that's saying that that's really kind of outside DNR's mission. So using DNR funding to do that type of work like a corrosion control or something. It's kind of outside of our scope.
Understood.
We'll jump in and just kind of make a general announcement. I do see we're coming close to the 11 o'clock hour, and we have another topic yet to cover, so we may want to kind of push through these remaining recommendations so that we can give Laura and her data management section adequate timing to go over. So just be cognizant we may try and wrap this up later than 11 so that we can make sure Laura has adequate time. Unless there's any thoughts that we would delay this to and push off that topic till later.
I think, Mike, you're going to touch on new and emerging issues real quick, and the last few are very, I think, will be fairly straightforward and simple. So go ahead and do that one, Mike, on new and emerging issues, and then I'll go in after that.
Okay. So the new and emerging issues, this is to address, things that yet do not have any sort of groundwater, drinking water standard, such as PFAS was in the past. But we do have issues out there such as the microplastics, endocrine disruptors, pH ages that we do know are out there that we need to do further study and data gathering, and I'll leave her there and leave that open for discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Anybody else? Otherwise, this is Greg, and I'll go on. Okay. The social environmental equity one, there was a generic recommendation, if you will, but it was also in comments from several folks that we all citizens, business, industries, ag producers, and other populations, we all want the same thing, safe and abundant waters, and that we as state agencies, in this case IEPA and others, will support equitable and prioritize administration of existing programs that protect surface water, groundwater, public water supplies. So if we were not prioritizing and looking at disadvantaged areas or persons, we need to start doing that, certainly here with the recommendation that from the task force.
This is Lauren. I guess a comment I would have on that, and I doubt we'll get to it on today's meeting, but at some point we want to continue to discuss this idea of perhaps some general, I guess, overarching goals that we would probably include in the kind of the introduction to the state water plan that hit on exactly what you've kind of got listed here, right? From the social, environmental, equity perspective on how many of these recommendations and cross-cutting issues that we have in the plan are aimed at exactly this, right? For that protection of surface and groundwater and public water resources to safeguard that human and environmental health. And to me, that's kind of one of those overarching, I guess, principles. And so I'm going to suggest that I think there were about 4 or 5 maybe that we would just kind of lift up at the beginning of the plan that recognizes that, and that within many of the recommendations of our 13 issues, all of them touch on at least one or more of those kind of overarching principles. So I guess I throw that out there as consideration for the group that we might touch on this kind of an aspect in more of a general statewide sense, because we could probably all come up with this kind of a recommendation in each of our issues, kind of with our own bent to, water quality or recreation or flooding and so on. So I just throw that out there and maybe for a discussion yet to come. Thank you.
And just to say, I do agree with that. I didn't want to, because I don't think that decision was made at the time we started drafting this thing here. So I wanted to put something in there now, if nothing else, as a placeholder, and that can be put in a broader discussion. That'd be great.
Certainly appreciate that.
So Greg,
Yes.
I had one comment though. Some of the other categories, we had some of the same types of recommendations. And one thing that you might want to think about was to develop some sort of a matrix to determine where those disadvantaged communities were, or grading, a rating scale or something. So it's easy to say we're going to focus on those equitable areas, but how are we going to focus? So that's just something I think each group still needs to continue. If there is a specific way to come up with a rating, that might need to be a recommendation. Whereas what Lauren was saying, that the general idea could be taken out, but does the EPA definitely does have some requirements, and it might be just continuing to use those or expand those to make them more equitable. Just an overall comment.
This is BJ Murray with IDOT, and just FYI, for our port capital improvement program, we use both the IEPA and the DCEO distressed communities for our port program. So you might take a look at that anyway.
Okay, thank you. Another cross-cutting issue, I think, is, and again, I'm trying to capture something that sounds generic here, but without data, people only have opinion, right? That's why we collect this stuff in the first place. And I wish I remember where that quote came from, but I always liked that quote. In my tenure here, we've gone from an ambient water quality monitoring network on surface waters from 500 sites down to 146. We've seen reductions over the last number of years in programs, not only that have led primarily because of staffing issues. My staff I used to have 30, I'm down to about 19 or 20 now, and you just can't provide the information you need to make decisions without people and funding. So I'm sure every other agency identified here and others could have that same comment, that without expanded funding, we can't collect the data that are needed to make wise decisions. So I know this is generic. I know it involves more than one lead agency, but I wanted to capture it so we can have at least a couple minutes of discussion on it. And I'll leave it at that. Any comments or questions? I'll leave it at that because I know we're pressed for time. And then I guess the last one before the placeholder one, that the state will improve its public outreach and education efforts via the Illinois Water Center. I think, Wes, you sent that out as a comment that maybe we all should be putting in our individual papers, or if I'm wrong, please let me know on that.
Nope, you're right on that, Greg.
Okay. And the final one, maybe I'll defer this to Laura, but a number of years ago, real quickly, there's USCPA and USGS co-chair what's called the Advisory Committee on Water Information. It's a presidential level advisory committee. And one of the things they support is what's called the National Water Quality Monitoring Council. And that national council, which gets USGS, USCPA, and all kinds of state partners there, it's all to talk to people and get everybody on the same page, and they support the development of state water monitoring agencies. Maryland is probably the primary example where a bunch of the agency folks from, let's say here, Department of Ag, the Department of Natural Resources, Illinois, we all tend to be driving by each other when we're going out to monitoring sites. Sometimes our methods for collection are different. Sometimes our analysis methods in the lab are different. Sometimes our targets are different. So the whole idea is to get people to go together and sit around a table 3-4 times a year. And what I'm most familiar with is an Illinois Water Monitoring Council. But Laura started talking to me about this just a little bit, and there could really be a stream gauging council, a flood management council, and so I don't know if Laura's had a more chance to talk about this or spell this out a little bit more on a napkin, but and wasn't sure if this is something where the Illinois Water Center might be going in the future as well. So this was just kind of a placeholder thought for now about better coordination of our efforts, at least from a water monitoring perspective. So, Laura, I don't know if you want any comments now, or if you want to bring it up later.
I'll go ahead and bring it up later.
Okay. With that, I think the water issues one is done then. So, Mike and I'll make changes and get a next draft out and send it to Wes and Tara, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Is there any other closing thoughts or conclusions on the water quality section? I'll just kind of pause a moment and see if anybody has any other thoughts or comments in conclusion of sharing that section.
This is Brian Cox, IDPH. I'll probably have some additional comments to provide, but I can do that. I can do that separately since I know we're pressed for time. But just in general, specifically, I'll be providing some comments on the lead service line replacement and the need for funding to specifically support that. Considering there's going to be roughly 1 million lead service line replacements happening in the coming years, which is not currently a funded project, and it's going to be something that's going to be totaling over $7 billion for the state. It's going to be ultimately bared by the consumer. So I think they're probably deserve to have some sort of specific support in the report for that, and then also directly identifying monitoring of premise plumbing pathogens on water main systems as well. I know in the actual report there was an indication of the increased number of snares disease cases. There's also other similar premise plumbing pathogens, and currently there's no monitoring requirement or pathway for the public water supplies to actually monitor those out of them. So those are the two biggest items. And then I would have a separate one with the need to increase the number of local plumbing there. So, like I said, I can.
Okay, any other thoughts or comments before moving on? All right, Laura, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you to go over our stream data management section.
Okay, thanks, Wes. I do want to say that this is a little long in length, but I'm not going to go through all of it. Also, this draft version of the recommendations has not been looked over by the Stream Data Management Committee, so I'll be sending that back to them, and we'll be discussing some more. But this is the guts of really what's come out of some of those deliberations. Just want to let you know. So, I mean, the overview is really trying to substantiate and thinking about educating whoever would be reading this document as to what is stream data. and what it's used for in order for people to really understand its importance. I know everybody on this call does understand that, so we don't have to go through all of this, but just to that, you know, I have the feeling that, the stream data management is a cross-cutting issue into itself, as it does apply to many of the other 12 other critical issues. So hence why I kind of felt that it needed to have some pointed examples that people in the committee had brought up. People gave me pages and pages of stuff, and I had a tough time whittling it down to these. But I think Wes is going to want us to pare this down a little bit more, so we'll work on it. But the bridge safety issues, the flood forecasting, the National Weather Service, is really harping on that a lot. It's very important to them. The flood damage mitigation, climate change. It feeds into some really wonderful tools that the USGS provides us. The National Water Information System, Water Watch, Water Alert. I use all of these in that. So obviously it feeds into a lot of those things. And watershed management issues on how people can be using stream data in order to really work on some implementation plans for watershed management issues. Obviously, water sustainability, and between droughts and floods, things of that nature. Lake Michigan diversion accounting, and even the aquatic riparian habitat. I listed quite a bit of these, so I don't think I really need to go into details. Be kind of preaching to the choir here. But for the issues, it kind of distilled down to just a few. In that I wanted to explain what some of those issues were, while also really giving the kudos for how long the stream gauging network has been operating in the state of Illinois. And the core of that, it has been, the USGS is it's their network, of which there's little pieces of the rest of us in there, but they're the workhorse and the one that we're leaning on in these efforts here. So, but one of the things that really came up from the group was that that there's fewer stations that are in some of the rural and smaller watersheds, and I'm talking smaller than Huck 8s, obviously. Just as a highlight, very looking at some cursory data, just looking at changes between 1971 and 2019, that there's only a quarter of the stations, currently monitor less than 50 square miles in that aspect, and then 2/3 of them greater than 100. And just to pick out one example, the National Weather Service is really needing more information so they can do better flash flood warning systems in these much smaller watersheds, so they're upstream of the stream gauging that's being done. I think there was some question as to does our stream data network actually have to be all continuous discharge? Continuous stage is very valuable as well, and so and I know that the USGS network has a combination of those, but is there other groups that can complement some of those things? I did go into for under the issue of fewer stations and smaller rural watersheds, just kind of explaining how having more data, and longer data in these smaller stations, contributes to several examples, hydrologic models for river forecasting, etc. It's generally I think I took my lead from the aquatic and riparian habitat group, where the data that they use, the stream flow data is collected in larger rivers and urban streams, but because of the modeling that they use to deal with biological data, they don't have as much confidence because this data is at much larger stations, so scaling it down and essentially being out of range of their data is problematic for them. And just the fact that I know I have the two maps there, and you have to really kind of train your eye a little bit. And I think for the final document, we'll do a better map where you can actually see it more obvious as to where the rural stations have been lost between 71 and 2019. And there's no to set any blame on this, just that programs shift, money changes or disappears, and you have to monitor more, with less. So it's just collateral damage in that aspect. Another issue is needing long-term data sets. Again, a quarter of the stations have less than 30 years, but only 10% the stations have records greater than 100 years. And you could probably grab any hydrologist off the street and just say, we really need more than 30 years. We need longer data for so many different things, developing regression equations, for ungauged areas. The more longer term stations we have, the more accurate those regression equations can be, and helps with a lot of modeling efforts and planning for flooding and water sustainability, drought, etc. The second two issues were really one was sustained funding, and I'll just let that drop right there. I'm jumping the gun because there's going to be the sustained funding talked about at the next meeting, and I can forward some of this to that group. But the other one was because of that funding, that it's not as plentiful as it used to be. And there's competing, programmatic requirements and things of that nature. So it seemed just so clear that better coordination and can, people come to common agreements on stations that serve multiple purposes, is that coordination is needed, and it's not, the mechanism really isn't as robust as it has been. And I would venture to say that a lot of the committees and working groups and task forces that came out of what Greg had mentioned is the C2000 program, where there was a lot of coordination, a lot of collaboration, and many federal, state, and local agencies had communication lines open and knew what everybody was doing. The test of time, wanes, and so a lot of those pathways are not there anymore. And so the stream data management is just an example of how these things just unfortunately, develop. As far as recommendations, they came right along the line of the issues and needing expansion of a lot of things. We can just go ahead and skip to the table because we don't have to go through all of this. I can really explain everything. Is trying to come up with maybe that you'll see a theme here is opening up some of those lines of communication, but forming a lot of working groups. The first two issues, being, the rural and smaller watershed areas and need for longer term stations really could be addressed by the same working group, and it essentially promoting, a third round of really assessing the current network, and not just the USGS, but what other people have out there, or what are people's needs. We need to take another look. The last assessment was published in 2003, which means the assessment itself occurred pretty much 20 years ago. So we need, in order, if we want to move forward, to make some of these decisions about where to put additional stations and which ones to keep and why, and provide better communication. Really, there's a working group that really needs to assess, needs and capacity and what's out there right at the moment. I know there's supposed to be, we talked about a lead agency. I kind of threw everybody in the kitchen sink in there. We could talk about really maybe who could take the lead on these, but funding would be one time. This would be a study. This would probably have to take a couple years or so. I thought this was ideal because it would fit within the first 5-year time frame in that aspect. I know I've highlighted the first two issues, but they do have a lot to do with one another. So I'll stop here at the moment and take any questions or thoughts or pointers.
Hey, Laura, this is Wes. I would just make one recommendation is that you, under the lead agency, you've kind of listed what I see as all participating agencies. I think the lead agency would be who would be forming and coordinating this, these working groups. So that would just be I think it's needed. I fully support the recommendation. I just have that one comment on cleaning up the lead agency.
Yeah, I was thinking that, because we had we could choose what type of action, and it was essentially going to be a study. And, the water survey conducted the first two assessments and coordinated that under the auspices of the State Water Plan Task Force, and I believe funding from the Office of Water Resources. So, the lead could be IDNR, but, it depends on, IDNR, OWR could be the lead agency that would dictate, the formation of the working group and subsequent study I think is fine by me. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Yeah, I think it'd either be DNR or State Water Survey likely to be the lead. I guess I'll clarify saying that just even if the funding comes from DNR doesn't mean that DNR would have to be the lead agency.
Yeah, I don't hear any other opinions. For now, we could leave it at IDNR. Do we get back into working on a draft and maybe have some future discussions on that? But I know the water survey would be interested in carrying out this study again and forming, a group to facilitate that. Obviously with some funding.
Yeah, Laura, I just see this kind of fits the mission of State Water Survey a little bit better as researching and data collection is really kind of more State Water Survey. Understanding that funding may be needed from DNR or from an external source.
Okay. All right, I'll go on to the third issue. The sustain, I picked sustain funding title as the issue. I could add some more to that because I'm really kind of combining two things. One was the coordination and the state funding, but I felt that they kind of leveraged off of one another. And I'm trying to build off of the USGS Illinois Stream Gauge Cooperators meetings that we used to have. And, I'm thinking those meetings may have run their course, but I think they can take an additional step in that, the USGS is the network is the core of everything we have, but what is it that everybody's needing and what type of data is needed? Can there really be some leveraging going on, and can some complementary or supplementary data collection go on by other agencies that could feed into a collaborative network? And in that aspect, we know this is a theme throughout all of these presentations for the critical issues, that everybody's needing money. But it's one of those things is, can we create a group that one would formulate what a collaborative would look like, or a cooperator. I didn't want to say cooperators, because then that would feel like this was going to be, still the stream gauge cooperators meetings, but more of a collaborative, and actually laying out what a business model or a funding model by which some additional or sustaining, funding to the USGS to keep that part of the network going. How do we do that? So it's a twofold group in establishing this collaborative, a partnership that always meets and people understanding programmatic needs, and the left hand and the right hand knowing what's going on. And then trying to find, better mechanisms to at least secure more regularly some funding that may not actually come from federal or state agencies, try to widen that, what's the term somebody else used, plow other fields, in addition to obviously with our bowl, out asking for more from the usual suspects. But before I open it up for people, what they think about that, I did, Greg and I talked, and he did bring up this Illinois Water Monitoring Council idea that came up some time ago, because one of the things is that the stream data management group did not want to wade into water quality data, since there was already a water quality data issue. However, we all know that a lot of stream flow data with water quality data really meets a lot of needs for different people, and they do somewhat go hand in hand. And so I wanted to include in here in Greg's suggestion for this Illinois Water Monitoring Council, that would be supported in that. How would this maybe be a right and left hand with a stream data, collaborative, or a stream gauging data collaborative with an Illinois Water Monitoring Council? Or is there Illinois Water Monitoring Council, which has two arms, being water quality and stream gauging, things of that nature? But I think both of these, recommendations for some councils or some groups, long-standing groups, to keep information open and understanding everybody's needs, to really kind of leverage the lack of funding that there is, and I, in the foreseeable future, see it. How could we get creative in creating in forming such groups? And the objective would be, how do we pull something like this together, creating a working group to figure out how can we develop these councils, and how would they work, to what advantage? So I'll open it up for discussion there.
Laura, this is Greg. The only thing I would say about specific to the Water Monitoring Council, which may be a water quality and stream gauging, is that you flat out need a dedicated person to do that. The reason it didn't succeed last time is because, probably like we are right now, is we've all got so many irons in the pot, and can't dedicate what really is a full-time job to get people around the table, have meetings, take notes, set up next meetings, all that kind of stuff. It's very similar probably to what Lauren and Rick can speak to with the Upper Mississippi River Basin Association. When you're putting together 5 states worth of people, you need dedicated people to do that, and full-time people to do that. So I think it's a great recommendation. I think it's always worthy of a recommendation to get people around a table and talk. And it's fine if it's IEPA or State Water Survey or whoever, but there flat out needs to be a dedicated person that does nothing but do the coordination work of setting up the work group, the council, whatever. So I just feel strongly that it's imperative to have a dedicated staff to do that. So I don't know how that necessarily fits into the recommendation, but that's what's really needed.
I would think that would be part of maybe what the working group would have to state, that, you know, here's how the groups could work and stuff, but it needs essentially a program office, I guess.
So Laura, this is Tara, and I think I would echo what Greg just said and what you're saying. When I look at recommendation 3, at your creative working group, but you're asking for annual funding, what is that annual funding for?
You know, I guess maybe, you know, Greg, you know, stated out loud what I was, I guess, implying somewhere in the back of my head was just that that it needs to be funded in order to keep the group going. So I think, I guess I was thinking that once the group established, you know, this collaborative or council, then it would need annual funding. But so you know, I think I need to be more specific in here. Is the recommendation the working group, or, you know, and it needs annual funding, or is it a I think I probably jumped the gun really in that. I thought of annual funding in a program, you know, post establishment of such a council or collaborative. So I think in a 5-year plan, you'd hope that something would get established, but I think the funding would need to go towards maybe, you know, the working group, um, and maybe getting such councils on their feet. But I would need to think about that some more. I would entertain ideas on that.
I think that led to my question. If you fund a working group and it's multi-agency, I'm not exactly sure how that works. For example, what Wes was talking about earlier, DNR could fund that study for item number 1, but State Water Survey would perform it and lead it. So if we get funding for a working group, does it go back to what Greg was saying, that it would be specific staff from different agencies to work on that? Or I'm just still trying to figure that out, how you fund a working group is basically my question. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I hear you, because too, you know, in the past, and you know, Greg and I and a few more folks on here, are old timers. There was a time when, you know, agencies had this wonderful critical mass of staff that you could point people and say, serve on that working group and you can spend this much time on it and get something done. And as we all know, there's far fewer of us right now with just as much to do. And so I really think that I don't think there's any question that, you know, the people who are already in the agencies need to at least have some support to work on such a working group, because you know, now whether that can really happen or not, I don't know, but you know, just the fact that we're all working on the state water plan update, um, is flies in the face of the funding that was provided to that developed the 1984 plan, and, you know, hence why it's taking so long, besides COVID. But you know, I don't know if it's heresy to ask for money to at least compensate agencies for dedicating some staff to really, you know, brainstorming and coming up, you know, with some of these council ideas to put forward in the future. It's an investment in how to manage, you know, water. So I don't know. If people don't think that we can ask for funding for a working group, uh, then I'm not sure where else to go with the recommendation, because I think it's too early then to the working group is needed to figure out, you know, what councils are needed and how would they operate and why, with what mission and objective. So
Tara and Wes, what were the funding options that we could use? One time, annual, what, none, and something else?
Yeah, I'm pulling up the template to make sure I state it correctly, so you have to give me a moment here.
Yeah, I'm looking at trying to find one on an old copy here.
That's a good point, Greg. I mean, it could be one time.
It was annual, one-time, none, and unknown was what we previously discussed.
It's the type of actions that we had.
The actions were program, policy, legislation, study, and project.
And I forget, what was the difference between study and project? Was project actually something implementable type of thing?
I believe so. I think a project was something that it may even include construction or something along those lines, something that was implemented.
So maybe this is a one-time study again.
With unknown funding. There you go.
Yep.
I mean, if you have it as an option, if you have unknown as an option, this might be the place to use it.
Hey, Laura, this is Wes, and this is kind of getting a little off topic, but I thought it may fit here, it may not, and particularly as it states the creation of statewide stream data. You know, I think one program that's served pretty well with limited funding is the National Weather Service and their use of COCO-RAS. You know, would the state benefit from having something similar for stream data, even if it's just something as simple as someone going out and taking a reading on a staff gauge in some of these rural areas and entering it into a website much like COCO-RAS? It was just a thought I had. I don't know if if this would be a good thing to implement, but it was just something that came to mind that may kind of fill some of the shortfalls we have in data and location.
Yeah, actually, you know, the National Weather Service, and they've been working in Iowa and had some talks with them too about that may not necessarily need stream flow data, but water level data. And it's hard to ask people to go out and read a stream gauge when it's pouring rain and it might be a flood. So, you know, installing more inexpensive instruments, you know, with communication to get water levels so they can feed into some of their river prediction models, things of that nature. So yeah, I think that's one of the things that, you know, a working group would explore is, you know, where could maybe a COCO-RAS type of thing could be implemented, or you know, a scaled down version of stream data collection being just water level and you know, I mean, I'm a Cadillac gal here. I love stream gauging stations in their full glory, but knowing that they're just so expensive and keeping them maintained and keeping ratings developed and stuff is very expensive. So maybe becoming more creative in what could be done. And I think that's where this working group would explore what are some of the other options that can seam together with, you know, a scaled up or maybe a reduced or slimmed down sets of stations to work complementary to one another. So I agree with you. I think that's something that a working group would explore, though, in that aspect, maybe.
Laura, this is Lauren. I guess a comment that I would have, we're saying forming a working group, are we really saying increase staffing resources to be able to form a dedicated working group? Do we gain by being that much more specific of saying, look, you know, just forming a working group, that's easy. Okay, let's just go do that. Well, then that just is another thing that we all have to try and staff. Do we say, you know, just be that upfront to say increase staffing resources so that we may form a working group that's necessary to do these things.
That sounds, I like that. Or is it a working group, or is it a task force or something? I mean, sometimes these phrases get tossed around. I don't know which ones sound better in order to people feel like that needs funding. Is a task force better, or a working group, or would just say some type of organizing?
I like working group. A task force to me might have, even though we're a task force that, have been going on for many years, but a lot of times they'll call a task force on something that they want to form a kind of a quick and dirty task force for the next 2 years to investigate X and do Y. So a working group sounds more like it has more longevity to me.
Okay. All right, let me play with some of the words on there. Now, as far as a lead agency, and again, I'm open. I threw everybody in there because I just wasn't sure.
I don't know that we want to identify, like the USGS as the lead, since we're a state level plan.
Right.
But perhaps to me, as we talk about the I don't know, it could be DNR, it could be State Water Survey, both.
Yeah, Laura, I'll be honest, I like the idea of a council, and I don't want to make it sound, I am retiring Wednesday, and for somebody here to take that up, the next section manager who will now have new responsibilities and roles and 19 or 20 people to learn how to take care of. I just don't think right now that IEPA could take the lead on this. We could certainly support it and participate, but if we're doing this as both a water quality and stream gauging council, and then I don't know if flooding gets thrown in there. I thought you had a gentleman that was worried about maybe we should have something like this just for flooding. I tried once, and I just don't think right now would be the time for IEPA to be the lead on this one. I don't want to pass the buck, but it's kind of a reality right now.
But obviously, be a partnership on that, though. I mean, definitely contributing.
Yes.
Let me kick around some ideas, and I can then talk to some folks, and then obviously with all this is a draft, and come up with another version 2, and have some more discussion on that. So this is about what we came up with. So is there anything that people feel that we missed?
This is Tara, and I just wanted to remind the group, originally when we voted on the different topics, this particular group was called just General Data Management. And I know I've been sitting with Laura on a lot of these public meetings, and this issue evolved for their committee to be stream data data management. And I think it makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of need, and they've done a good job maybe breaking this into more bite-sized pieces. Data management is so huge, and we all have data management needs. And I think it's fine, but I just wanted to let the group know that if they have individual data management, they probably need to make that fit within their own section recommendations if they were assuming that it would be covered in this section. And then I also wanted to add, I think when Lauren came forward with the state water group that we're talking about and integrated management, that's where we're hoping to house a lot of the data that's developed by all these different groups. So I think we're covered, but I just wanted to remind the group that this has evolved a little bit since the beginning, and just to make sure that you were aware of that subtle change and that you're covering your own data management needs. Thanks.
Okay, Laura, did you have anything else?
No, that was it.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much for sharing that. If you have, I guess we'll open up if there's any last-minute comments for the data management, stream data management. I'll give a last pause to see if there's any last-minute comments. All right, hearing none, I will go ahead and move on to some other topics that we want to talk. First, I want to go into, Tara, did we have anything on the recommendations table? I think that may have been a carryover from the last agenda and we didn't need anything. We talked about it a little bit in Laura's section, so I guess is there any questions, any follow-up questions to the recommendations table in the format? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and move on to, there was discussion of developing this cross-cutting exhibits. I know Tara and Laura were kind of working on that. You guys have anything to share to date on that? Have you guys worked up a draft or any conceptual things? I know I've seen a few things. Tara and Laura, do you have any comments regarding the cross-cutting exhibit?
I will admit that I think Laura and I both have great ideas, but we have not yet put anything to paper. So I think now that Laura's not done with her section, but that was her thrust at this point. So I'll get with her and we'll maybe just sort of hash some ideas and hopefully have something for the next meeting. Thanks.
I agree.
Yeah, I think we're all pushing to get things done. I think that can be included in kind of the final documentation purposes. Tara, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here for a moment. I think I have, you guys should see it coming up about now, possibly, that this was what I had sent out earlier today, and we've gotten a good response. I just wanted to see, we've actually got 14 responses, which is typically around what we typically see. And there's 2 times that are really kind of standing out to me right now for our next meeting. The first would be December 8th from about 2 to 4 o'clock. Steve Altman assured me that he only needs 30 minutes, so we'll maybe have a 2-hour meeting. We'll see. If we have to go in a little bit later, we can. So that's kind of the first option. And the lesser ideal option, although ignore these names, I had to do some coordination with Christy. That's what she was referencing. The other option's the 16th here. I believe she has a conflict during that time, but she said she'd become available, and she's going to be one of those presenters as we talk about water funding. So does anybody have a preference or any comments regarding those two? I guess the first choice would be December 8th from 2 to 4, and that wouldn't work out. Maybe we'd look at the 16th from maybe 10:30 till 12:30 or something. Any thoughts, concerns with either of those?
This is Chris Davis. I'd prefer the latter of the two dates just because there's a workload between here and there. So I'll get my schedule adjusted to fit the 16th if we have enough people to go with that date, to be blunt.
No problem. I thought you preferred the 8th, so that's why I was leaning towards that. But the 16th works there for you.
I'd prefer 2027, so.
Lauren, is that in our timeline? I'm not sure.
I second that.
Only because you're retired by then. No. Lauren, I saw you had a conflict starting or ending at 10:30. Would a 10:30 start be okay, or would you want to push it? I hesitate pushing it to 11 because that really gets us into the lunch hour.
No, I can make a 10:30 start work that day.
Okay, so is there any objection to a December 16th with a 10:30 start? We may roll in a little bit to a lunch, but hopefully not too far. Any thoughts or concerns with 10:30 on December 16th?
This is Mike. I would not be able to make either the 8th or the 16th. I already have some standing meetings there.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Unfortunately, yeah, I think we kind of run into it's impossible for everybody to make everything. So we may just have to, if you'd have any comments after reviewing the documents, you could always submit those.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm not hearing too much. There's no big conference or big meeting that's pulling a lot of people away. So, Tara, I assume you can set up the invitation and the meeting for December 16th at 10:30, and we'll just assume we're going to wrap up by 12:30. Tara, does that sound good? Tara can't unmute. I just heard her over the cubicle wall, so we'll assume she's good there. All right, so I am going to share another screen here in a moment, just as we kind of wrap things up. If you'll give me a moment here to make sure I'm pulling it up correctly. There we go. So one thing I wanted to discuss just kind of is our schedule moving forward and making sure we're all kind of in agreement. November 22nd, that's today, where we cover 2 topics. In December, we will be covering the water funding and water law sections. And then that will leave January, I believe, will be the climate change and the sediment and erosion. We don't have a date for that meeting, but I'll probably be looking to coordinate that in the near future. And that will wrap up all of our topics as we do these topic coordination outreaches. So with then, the remaining schedule looks as a final submittal of your draft sections in February. And then March will kind of be combining that report, kind of coming up with a draft report, and hopefully somehow get that completed by mid-March. And then March will kind of go into collaboration on that full report and maybe discuss about final public outreach. April will attempt to hold the final public outreach. May close the comments, and then maybe summer, likely July, maybe even August, look at publishing the report. That doesn't give a lot of time for internal review, so I guess I'll open that calendar, that schedule up for comments. Does anybody see anything we're missing that we need to include? Any comments on the timeline? I think the goal is to definitely get this out ideally by mid-22, but I think we have almost a hard deadline, Lauren, is I think I've seen a publication come out saying that will be done by the end of 2022. So I'll open it up for any comments, questions, concerns about this proposed timeline.
I think just a comment that I would make is that, I guess we're done by the end of 2022, I think we would put out the update in 2022 and really with the understanding that it is a fluid document and is a continued work in progress. I think that's probably a key message that we as a task force would deliver. It's not that here's our product, we'll see you again in 10 years. It's that here's the update and progress continues through the task force. So.
And similar to like the 83 plan, I believe they put out annual updates to their progress made annually, and maybe that's something we would look at, and then every 5 to 10 years doing a full reevaluation of the plan and redevelopment of the plan.
This is Greg Good. Regarding the January meeting for the last two topics, I do return on a 75-day gig, so if it could be after January 18th, if that's possible, I would appreciate that. That would help me get back in the swing of things with the activities of the task force. So if not, fine, but if it's possible, that would be great.
So what I anticipate we may do is we may look at the last 2 weeks in January. I know a lot of individuals take time off over the holidays, and they may come back that first week to a lot of catch up, and we'll kind of give 2 weeks there. So maybe we'll be looking at the weeks of the 17th and the 24th as possible meeting times.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Everybody's good, no problem meeting these deadlines. I'd say that as the last, if I'm looking at that March 15th for a draft full report and us needing to fill out all the supporting documentation and report that's going to accompany these sections. So. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Let me, Tara, if you want to pull up that agenda, I believe that covers everything on our agenda. So with that, Lauren, I'll turn it back to you for any closing comments.
Sure, yeah. Again, thank you, team, for everybody's engagement today and your continued involvement and dedication to the task at hand and the task force. And thank you for allowing us to step away and during our fire drill today. You never know what's coming anytime you meet. But final comment that I would have is, Greg, I'm excited to hear you're coming back for at least a little bit here in 2022. We certainly appreciate all that you've done and your engagement on the task force and all that you've done for the state of Illinois, and on behalf of the task force, wish you the best in your upcoming retirement.
Thank you very much.
And so with that, I think we're good until the next time we convene. I hope everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving with friends and family.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thanks, everybody.